Hey people, let me know if you can hear me. It says my audio's coming in. Don't tell me it's freezing. What's the matter with you, computer? You just updated. Why are you having problems? Come on. Let's see. Oof. As I smack into my headphones. Okay. I'm gonna have to stop stream and reboot the computer. It just did an update and it's being a bag of dicks. So, hang on. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna restart stream. Okay. 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 I think we're getting somewhere. I think. I just had to smack my computer a few times. I literally had to smack it. It is being a bad little bitch. This is how frustrating this computer is. If it's not sitting absolutely perfectly at the right angle on top of its external fan, at the right perfect angle on the desk, it will start overheating and not want to do anything. And then the internal fan will start going out of whack and have to like smack it half a dozen times. Yes, hello. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing, Keishan? So this is going to be a free-for-all chat stream. So the only thing I ask is don't trauma dump. Don't, like, basically don't try to bring down the stream by, like, spouting a lot of negativity. Because you can talk about serious topics, just don't be like, my wife left me, my dog died, and then my sister ate a bunch of bananas, now she's in the hospital because she ate too many bananas. My life's over. Like, I understand everyone has issues, but I mean, like, everybody has issues. Please don't trauma dump, because I am not a therapist, and neither is chat. It's not fair to everybody trying to enjoy stream. I don't mean to sound like a bitch, because that probably came off as really bitchy, I'm sorry, but, like, there's been an issue with the VTuber streams, mine included, though not on the same level as other people, where chatters will just come in and trauma dump, expecting the streamer and or chat to just solve all their problems. Or start a pity party, and it's like, people don't come to streams for that, homies. There's a Phantom Mystery flavor? Ooh, I haven't seen it where I live. I'll keep an eye out. In this particular stream, you can talk politics. I just ask nothing hateful. Like, don't say anything about specific races slash ethnicities slash religions. Don't drag anyone for their gender or gender identity expression. Things like that. You can mock specific people, like Dark Brandon or Trumpy Dumpy. I hate both of them equally. But don't, like, be like, women suck because they have vaginas. Or, I don't like trans people because I don't get it. Or, like, this race. Don't be like that. And holy shit, people are probably going to take what I just said out of context as an example of what not to say. Freaking damn it. Okay, what I just said is an example of what not to say. I love all peoples. I wouldn't be an equal opportunity entertainer if I didn't love all peoples. And just so everybody knows where I stand politically, there is no political party in the United States of America that aligns with my beliefs. I align myself with the Meretz party of the Knesset in Israel. It is a more left-leaning party. People consider them to be left-leaning. But in the grand scheme of like the world's politics, they're center bordering left. Unfortunately, America does not have even remotely a similar party, even with the quote unquote third parties like Green, Libertarian, Independent. None of them in their ideologies line up with the Meretz in Israel. Oh, it's fine. You don't have to apologize for missing streams. I'm one of those people who totally understands that people have lives and other entertainment they like. While I appreciate the loyalty, I really do, you don't have to apologize. Well, I tried to remember each of y'all's names, especially those of you who frequent the streams. I totally understand people have lives and a whole variety of entertainment they like. Like, I usually only stream 2, maybe 3 times a week. That's nothing compared to most streamers. And usually my streams don't last more than like a couple hours. Except for the rare times I get a night to myself and I can go longer. Especially if I have the energy to. But I don't always have the energy to go longer. So there's that. But like I'm a pretty wimpy streamer compared to most others in this community. So I totally get it. Like, I have a life, y'all have lives. I mean, if I didn't have a life, I'd probably be streaming more. Not to knock other streamers who stream a lot. Like, if you make it your job and it's your life, that's totally respectable. Like, I feel ya. But, like, I have so many other responsibilities and so many other things I need to do in a day that I don't have the time to sit on stream 6, 8, 12 hours a day. Usually. When I'm able to go back on Twitch, when I re-debut on Twitch, I'm going to be doing a subathon / followathon. It could be either or. Like, if you follow, I'll up the stream. If you sub, I'll up the stream even more. And I have to plan that out way in advance so my family knows, hey, on this time period, I'm streaming. It's a special event. Please plan your stuff accordingly. So I'll have to actually talk to other people, be like, hey, what are you doing these days? Which day is best for you to work around me? So yeah, I unlike some other streamers who just be like, subathon tomorrow, I'm just gonna throw one. I gotta be like, I gotta plan this like a month in advance. It's like planning a vacation. Only I don't have to pay money for hotels and things. You got a new phone? That's awesome. I spent my afternoon doing some grocery shopping, and I found a playground right behind the grocery store I went to. So I kind of just sat there for an hour while my kids played on the playground. And then it got hot out, so I'm like, okay, I've been here an hour. We're going to go inside somewhere. But they got to run around a bit. It was nice. Ooh, you got a Galaxy S22? I think that's the one my mom got, because she is weirdly loyal to Samsung, despite everything else she owns being an Apple product. Like, she's got an Apple Watch, she's got a Mac computer. Oh, shiznit! My computer came unplugged. Where's the plug? Where's the plug? Fuck, where'd the plug go? Where's the plug? Where are you, plug? Plug! Okay, everybody, pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for me I find the plug. Plug in. I didn't realize it was unplugged until it warned me the battery was running low. And then it was like, oh no, the battery's running low. Where'd my plug go? But it's plugged in now, I'm good. Thank God for batteries. Even if they're pathetic batteries that don't apparently hold the charge very long. Because this is probably unplugged for maybe less than an hour. And it's already like, battery low. I'll help you out, William. Hang on. There you go. Just so you know in the future. You're welcome, Zero. I try my best to help people looking to get into ASMR and amateur voice acting. The only thing I really ask of people is, like, don't use me to try to get into professional voice acting, because I do have connections with anime and video game voice acting in the English speaking part of the world. But, like, if I'm not putting myself out there to get voice roles for video games and anime and stuff, despite having connections, I'm not going to do the same for other people either. I don't believe in bothering my friends with industry stuff. It's one thing if they come to me and invite me to collaborate on a project, or I have like a charity thing I need them for. Like, hey, I'm raising money for this charity, or I'm working with this group with this charity. We need a voice for something. We'll give you some money. You want to come be part of this? But usually if it's for charity, they offer to do it for free, which is nice. But you always have to offer to pay, because actors do be needing money. Being a professional voice actor is not the same thing as being an A-list celebrity. Most professional voice actors I know who voice for like cartoons and anime and video games and stuff, they all have a day job. They all like work somewhere. They don't live off voice acting money. So always offer money unless they come and say, hey, I'm not going to charge you. But I don't bother them. And it's a nice friendship because we just hang out. We don't talk shop. We just like, hey, how was your day? Oh, my day was all right. You know, work was like this. How was your day? Are you working anything new? Oh, cool. Cool project. I might check it out. Anyway, how are the kids? Hugs for everybody. Here. Let's see. So, I would hug you all, but the most I can do is hard eyes. Here, I'm gonna give a booba hug. Booba, 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 booba. That's the most I can do for a hug. My arms can move, but there's not a good sync between my capture device and the program on my computer. They're not totally synced, so the arms aren't doing anything. Catch you later. Hope you feel better. Hope things get better for you, homie. Have a good night/day, depending on your time zone. Get some good rest. I think when it comes to my personal story, in terms of my past, I've always been a sex worker, but the thing I emphasize is I have done more than just porn and modeling. Like, yeah, a lot of women and guys are sex workers now because, like, people have seen OnlyFans. It's like, oh, I can post some news, make a few bucks. So, like, a lot of people are sex workers now. But I went above and beyond just, like, making porn. I was a prostitute. A legal one. I worked at a legal brothel with a license in Nevada where in certain locations, in certain counties, it's legal. So, I emphasize the fact I did everything the right way. I did not do anything back alley or dangerous. I followed the law to a T. But I did do prostitution for a fair number of years. Because that was literally the only way at the time I could get in the income I needed to get by. Because I basically needed periods of time where I could make money really, really, really fast and make large sums of money as fast as possible. And if you play your cards right with being a sex worker, you can usually make a good sum of money pretty quickly. If you play your cards right, you know how to work the game, you know how to talk to people, you know how to attract the right clientele. It's a lot of work. It really is. Like, it's not easy money. People say it's easy money, but it's not. If you haven't done it yourself, you don't know how difficult it is. I'm sorry for your brother, homie. One thing I did have to remind clients when I worked in brothels was the business takes half. So, yes, you're giving us a fair amount of change for our services, but we don't get to keep all of it. So we're not being greedy when we set our rates, because the place we work at takes half, and then extra fees on top of it, because we have to pay rent out of our pay, and other fees out of our pay. Sorry things are going rough for you, Emma. Hope things get better for y'all soon. I really mean it. I do. Things are kind of hectic here. My husband's trying to apply to be a cop, and he hasn't gotten through the testing. He keeps getting brick-walled and having to retest and stuff. And unfortunately, retests aren't very quick. He has to wait another couple months before he can take the test again. And then if he passes the test, he then has to go through the rest of the hiring process. So it can be a whole ordeal for nothing. And we hope it's not the case, but it can be a whole ordeal for nothing. All the while, because he's no longer activated, he's back to being in the reserves. He's not making much money from the Marines. He's working his old day job, which also doesn't pay very well. I made way more money working the brothel than I ever had being monetized on YouTube. Good lord. Because keep in mind, for a professional legal sex worker who is high end, clients pay anywhere from the upper three figures to four figures, sometimes even five figures depending on what's going on, for time with a legal sex worker. Now, I never made five figures in a lump sum with any client. I I have seen people you'd consider to be like known, but I don't kiss and tell. But I never had the celebrity experience where someone will come and stay with me for like a month and offer basically the equivalent of like buying a car. Like, oh, I'll give you like, this is just hypothetical. Don't come after me, police. I'm not quoting any rates. But hypothetical, a celebrity would be like, hey, I want to spend 3 weeks with you in the brothel's, most luxury suite. I got, 40K. Will that do it? And I could say yes or no. But that's like a celebrity wanting the VIP treatment. And keep in mind, the brothel takes half, so I'd get likely less than half, because I still have to pay taxes. So, yeah. That's a VIP thing. See, part of the reason I didn't attract like celebrity VIP clients is I'm not the what you would think of when you think of like a high class escort. I'm not, bleach blonde. I don't have giant fake titties. I do have giant titties, but they're natural, so they're not like bolted on watermelons. They're more like about like cantaloupes with kind of a beanbag consistency. And I don't do fake tan or any of that stuff either. When people think high class escort, they think basically Barbie, a Barbie doll that they can play with in real life. I appealed more to an alternative scene. I got a lot of Silicon Valley types, musicians, bikers, artists, people like that. I also attracted a fair amount of Asian businessmen too, like from China, Japan, South Korea. It was always weird when they didn't know much English, but they would just like put money in front of me. They're like, "This enough?" Now, I'm not trying to sound racist. I'm just saying what they said. Like they'd be like, they put money in front of me. This enough? No. This? No. This? And just keep like stacking the money. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say like, oh, that's enough. If you have more, I'm a broke bitch. Give me what you really think I'm worth, homie. Just saying. One Japanese businessman who spent the night with me once told me, you're like anime princess. You just like anime princess." And I'm like, "Oh, you're a sweetheart." I don't think I've met the Weekend. If he ever went to one of the brothels, he probably went to the one I first worked at, but not while I was there. Because the one I first worked at is like literally world famous. It was on a HBO show and everything. It had a huge following, but it just did not work out between me and the owners. But I have met some like MMA fighters, boxers, uh, people in the music industry, but more on like the rock side of things than the hip hop side. I didn't really attract the hip hop people. Because keep in mind, I don't have the aesthetic when you think ho, basically. I don't, when you think high class ho, I don't fit usually what comes to mind. Like, I have tattoos, I have piercings, I'm curvy, but not plastic, if that makes any sense. Like, I've never been flat as a board with, like, my abs or anything. I've always had a little bit of a tummy pooch because, well, I've had kids. So even when I was working at my skinniest, I was like a size small, extra small, uh, number size like 2. Like, I was really small for a brief period of time, and it was not healthy. I would not recommend it. I still had a bit of a pooch. So I've always like been like not what you typically think when you think hoe, but that's what made me appealing to certain demographics, because they didn't want just any old hoe. They wanted someone that they felt they could connect with. Basically, a lot of people would come see me and use me as a substitute for a therapist. So I had to deal with a lot of IRL drama dumping. My best advice for dating in high school is keep it fun. You know, you don't have to marry the person you date. In fact, I'd prefer you don't, because at your age, you don't know what you want in life fully. So let's keep it fun. Like, go to the movies, go to the mall, like go to your school sporting events and goof off. Hang out and send each other memes. Just like, keep it friendly and keep it cool. And if you happen to like kiss and hold hands, that makes it even better. Sorry, I need to get a drink. Zero, I would not recommend getting high unless you have zero intention of any kind of physical intimacy. If you just want to sit there, get high, and laugh at cartoons, I can't stop you. I won't judge you because I did that when I was young. But don't touch each other, because when you are inebriated in any way, drunk, high, whatever, you cannot consent. Once I actually get more of a belly, I'm gonna be posting progression pictures on my Twitter. So just follow my Twitter, Kitti Minx ASMR on Twitter. And as I get more of a noticeable belly, I will be posting progress pictures, just for my own personal documentation more than anything. Because this will probably be my last time ever being pregnant. So I want to do the best I can to get the most out of it in terms of like enjoyment and memories and all that. Because with my first kid, I was pregnant. I was in a horrifically abusive relationship. So I did my best to enjoy it, but it was kind of dampened by the fact that I was with an extremely abusive person. And then when I was pregnant with little Fox, because I panicked and went off all my medications and cut myself off from the world, I was in a constant state of depression and severe anxiety. So I felt horrible. I felt horrible about myself. I felt horrible about life. So I did not take any pictures. I didn't want to be documented. I just wanted to get through it as quickly as possible. And I still regret that. Because little Fox is a beautiful kid and should have been celebrated properly. And it doesn't help the fact COVID happened while I was still pregnant. So that kind of killed any possibility of a baby shower or anything else. So this go around, I plan on doing as much documenting as I feel comfortable doing. And hopefully things will calm down illness wise in the world. And my husband's family will feel comfortable doing like a baby shower. Not for the gifts. Like, I don't care if people bring gifts or not. Just for the party. But heck, even if I can't do an in-person baby shower, I'm going to throw myself one on stream. See, the interesting thing that about me and my history is my first time engaging sexually with another person was with a girl. And I primarily was with girls for a good chunk of my young adult life. I was skittish around guys for a fair number of years because, unfortunately, when I was in high school, I was sexually assaulted by a guy who was older than me, who I barely knew, but apparently had been following me, and just basically lured me into a trap, like literally lured me into a trap and assaulted me. So that made me extremely skittish around guys until I was like 19, because it happened when I was 14. I mostly kept things casual when I was a young adult. I didn't really want anything long term and serious. I did date a one girl for a few years, but we both had different spots in life we wanted to be at, and it just didn't work out, so we broke up. But it was mutual. It wasn't like, oh, you're a horrible person, I hate you. It was nothing like that. It was like, you want to do this thing, I want to do that thing, it's not compatible. I'll get you later. So, my first serious relationship with a guy was my abusive ex. I got with him when I was 22. We split when I was like, yeah, I was about 25 when we split. It was like I was 21, about to turn 22 when we got together. And then between the ages of 25 and 20, 27, almost 28, because I was literally almost 28 when my husband and I started dating. I did not seriously date anybody. I had a couple of people I dated for like a month or two here and there, but it didn't go anywhere, so I don't really count that because it literally went nowhere. I mostly did casual things because after being abused for like 3 years, I was just not mentally, emotionally ready to try to pursue anything or date or anything. I had some friends with benefits where if it, we got together, we got together. We had a mutual understanding. No feels, no fifis. No fifis here, man. And then my husband came along. We'd already been friends, sort of friends with benefits, since 2014. And he just decided out of the blue, hey, maybe we should try dating. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I didn't think it would go anywhere. Honestly, the first couple months, I thought it wasn't going to go anywhere. I thought we were just going to try it out, realize we're better as friends, and just stay friends. I didn't realize that we would fall for each other. Hearts for you too. The interesting thing about how my husband and I got together is I was oblivious to the fact he was getting serious about being with me for like a good month. I was like, huh, that's weird of him. He's normally not like this. I wonder if it's just a thing he's going through. Like, for example, he started getting really protective of me. I'm used to people being jealous but not protective. So I thought that was just a weird thing he was going through. Like, I would mention to him I had a doctor's appointment, and I was just going to take an Uber, no big deal, because that's what I was used to doing. And he'd be like, oh no, I'm not working that day. I'll come pick you up and drive you. Just tell me where your doctor is. I'm like, oh, okay. If you want gas money, I can give you gas money. He's like, no, 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 no gas money. I'll just take you. Like, things like that. It wasn't until he literally, like, we were hanging out, cuddling, and he broke down and said, hey, I think I love you. Like, seriously love you. Not just because you're my friend, but I want to be with you. Then I'm like, oh. So, my best advice to anybody who's looking to be in a relationship is become good friends with a person first. Discover how compatible you are as people. And then, if you feel like you're compatible and you want something long term, then consider taking it to a relationship level. But there should be a hard foundation of friendship first. That way, if the relationship doesn't work out, hey, you still have a friend you're really close to. You're not just left in the dirt. And it's likely this friend will support you when you decide to enter a new relationship. I never realized I ever had like relationship jealousy until I got with my husband. Because I'm so used to people not really treating me all that great that I kind of just expected for people to just do not nice things. But with my husband, he treated me like amazing the whole time. So when things did seem a little sus with him, it would trigger jealousy, and I'm like, what is this feeling? It's so new. What is this? What is this? What's going on? Shit, I'm jealous. Why am I jealous? To be fair, after consulting with my friends who are in serious relationships and like with their partners, I'd bring up my jealousy to them, and they'd be like, "Oh, girl, you have every right to be jealous. Like that's sus. Talk to them about it." He really likes to do text based role playing with original characters, and he got into the habit when he was single of doing ERP with people. Usually just other guys, just there's ladies who play characters, but sometimes he would ERP with female role players, and that's what triggered my jealousy because I just realized I wasn't comfortable with him even role playing sex stuff with another woman. It did not sit well with me. So I let it go on for a while, and then eventually, after talking to my friends and explaining like my feelings, they're like, "You should talk to him about that. Explain how you feel." So I brought it up to him like, "Hey, just so you know, I realize I'm not comfortable with you engaging in sexual conversation with other women. I know to you it's just role play. It's not serious, but to me it feels kind of sus. So if you could not, I'd appreciate it." My husband is just he's a really great guy. He just gets a little oblivious to some things, not realizing that they could be hurtful. Yes, Zero. With that older woman, it was never going to work, honey. It was never going to work. You did the right thing by just walking away. the interesting thing I've learned about my previous experiences is, for one thing, I have triggers now. Not in the internet sense where, oh, it offended me, I'm triggered. Like, no, I have actual triggers where I will have an internal meltdown and need to be alone to, like, recoup myself. Like, I would, my, one of my biggest triggers is men yelling. I literally cannot handle it. So, like, when my husband is playing certain games that gamer rage him or just make him yell, I can't be in the same room as him. And he knows that. And I got that trigger because my abusive ex would yell at me all the time over next to nothing. Like, it was the most minute things he would yell at me over. Like, while I was finishing up a school program, I'd be doing some writing in my notebook, just idly clicking my pen. And he would scream at me, going, "Can you not click your fucking pen?" And just scream at me. And it just got so ingrained in my brain that I was a horrible, awful person. I don't deserve anything in life. Everything I do is wrong. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not going to be anything. I'm worthless. It took years and therapy and a lot of other shit for me to climb out of that hole. See, my problem is sudden loud noises in general bother me. Like, I've gotten used to my family's bird because I've been around it most of my life. So that loud noise doesn't really bother me. But if people are like blasting the TV and there's yelling, or someone just exclaims out of nowhere, I will jump. It just happens. I don't panic unless it's angry yelling. Like, I am genuinely surprised that in one instance my husband showed an extreme amount of restraint. Because I know if it was any other human being in the world, they would have yelled at me. And they would have been completely justified in yelling at me because I did do something that was not good. But he didn't yell at me. Instead, he sat down with me, explained how what I did was not good at all, that it was reckless and stupid. He wasn't happy about it. And I would have to do certain things to try to make up for it and fix what I did. But in that instance, if he did yell at me, while it would have scared the absolute piss out of me and sent me into a brief downward spiral, he would have been like entirely justified in that instance. I'm not really into fireworks, in part because when I was a kid, I lived in some not so great neighborhoods and heard a lot of gunshots. So I associate fireworks with explosions. Like, if I'm in like Disneyland, they're having fireworks, I'm not gonna like go into a meltdown because like it's Disneyland. But like 4th of July, I make no attempt to go out and seek out fireworks. I just kind of hole up in my house with my dog. I mean, I remember prom. I went with a friend of mine as her date. He she was a he at the time, but like I knew when she transitioned, like it was a she the whole time. Just mannerisms and everything. I'm like, you're a girl. I just waited for her to figure that out. But anyway, we went to prom together, and the funniest part about it is, because we went to goof on everybody. That was our goal. We were a couple of alternative trolls, and we just wanted to goof on everybody. So I showed up in the suit. She wore a dress. By the time it was like a drag thing, so we just did it to goof on people and to see how far we could go before like being kicked out by the chaperones. We thought they wouldn't let us in, to be honest, because of the fact they're like, why is Orky wearing a suit and Della wearing a dress? But no, they're like, okay, you're the artsy kids, you're the weirdos, come on in. We're like, damn it, we got labeled the artsy kids. I thought we were the badasses because we smoked cloves behind the dumpsters. Later did I learn that cloves are the things artsy fartsy people smoke. Basically, when I was in high school, I was the big city goth girl. I wore mostly dark colors, dyed my hair within what the school would allow, and by the time I was a sophomore, I had pretty obvious D cups. There was no escaping my titties. And my friend Della uh, is Japanese. And in high school, she actually had recently immigrated from Japan. So at the time, she dressed like basically like a J Rock person. You know, like pants with chains, plaid shirts, dark colored undershirts, things like that. And we would just hang out together, read books, smoke, make fun of the idiots. Crush on the skateboarders. It was fun times. Because initially, I thought she was just like a gay guy. So I was like, "No, you're my gay best friend." And then like, the more she acted like one of the girls, I was like, "Ah, shit, you're a girl, awesome." And then like when we were college age, he's like, I'm a she now. I'm like, I could have told you that in high school, honey. Oh man, my high school, there was this one skater guy. Oh my god, I'm not gonna. I'm just for hypothetical. I'm just gonna say his name was James. That wasn't his name, but I'm just gonna say his name was James. He was so damn fine. He was awesome with a skateboard. He gave off like ultimate Kurt Cobain vibes. And at the time, I really liked Nirvana, so that was like, ah. But uh, I was still skittish around talking to guys because I went to an event where I got assaulted by one. So I was still like, I'll just look at James from afar and admire his sweet moves. Yeah, and when I was in high school, I actually had a girlfriend. We'll call her Shay. She was really cool. She was more of a nerd, like a geek. She also was like on the chubby side, so unfortunately, people would sometimes pick on her. It also didn't help that she came from like a lower income part of the town, so there was just a lot of things that people would try to make fun of her for, and I didn't like it. Because she was always cool with me. We hung out, we got along, we had a lot of common interests. When she got her driver's license and saved up for a car that I think her dad helped her get her car. He came around to it. But she got her car, we would hang out and drive around and go places. It was a fun relationship. It was a lot of fun. But when we hit college age, I left the state to go to college. And she decided college was not in the cards for her because she didn't want to take out loans. Last I checked, Shay is still on the pleasantly plump side. But she is married to a very lovely lady. They're both basically they're both very basically married, fat, and happy, from what I've seen on social media. We don't really talk that much anymore because we completely diverged in different directions when we were young adults. But I know she's at least happily married. But we were an interesting pair in high school. Just think of it this way, like chubby geek girl who wore like baggy jeans, oversized t-shirts, and hoodies, hair in a ponytail, glasses, walking around with like manga and Harry Potter books and stuff. And then me, you know, kind of skinny but big titties, colored hair that was like down almost to my butt, and dark clothes, like was it like black tights, knee length black skirts. I think I wore sometimes I wore a leather jacket over like a band tee, and I almost always wore something as a choker. And you think of like dark kohl eyeliner, smoky makeup, within reason, because I was like in high school. My school was very strict on makeup and clothes. I really pushed the boundaries. I went to prom with Della because Shay did not feel comfortable going. She's like, you go with Della, troll everybody on my behalf, have a good time. I'm gonna stay home with my other nerd friends, and we're gonna play video games. And I'm like, you do you, boo. Funny you mention the Hex Girls, because I'm actually wearing a Hex Girls t-shirt today. Have a lovely rest of your day too. Sleep well. Oh, I forgot. Also, when I was in high school, I almost always wore either like combat looking boots or Converse sneakers. That was like my go to. I've kind of grown into myself over the years, where I've realized that I'm a very mellow person. In case you haven't noticed, I will try to get on with nearly anybody and be like super duper nice. Because I just felt being nice to people just makes life easier. And unfortunately, it has given some people the wrong idea about my intentions with them. Because their idea of people being nice is, oh, she's nice to me, she must want to date me. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm just nice. I'm just a nice person. Unfortunately, one of my best friends in college had a complete breakdown. Not my roommate, this was a different friend. She had a complete breakdown because she confessed that she was in love with me. And I'm like, dude, you're my best friend, you're my homie, but I see you more like a sister. You're my sister. And she was like, she just had a breakdown for like a whole weekend. She came around after that. We still hung out, but it took her like a weekend to get over it. It's kind of interesting because in high school I was just the weird, artsy goth girl that, I wasn't really bullied exactly except for my tits. And that's usually by guys who wanted to try and look at my tits. But I was mostly someone people avoided because they were kind of afraid of me. There were a lot of goody goody uber Christians in my high school. And my aesthetic came off as super demonic to them. So, and then when people learned I was also Jewish, they're like, holy shit, it's a demon incarnate. I better stay away. So they would literally, like, some people would literally just, like, make a hole when me and my friends would walk by. And then when I was in college in the film program, I fit the aesthetic that a lot of people found very attractive. They wanted basically a goth girl, a nerdy goth girl. So I became the quote unquote hot girl in my major. And mostly guys were very weird to me because a lot of them were like nerdy guys. They didn't really know how to approach a lady, which was very cute, but a little annoying. And then about most of the way into my freshman year, when they realized that while I would hang out with guys, I dated chicks, they're like, oh, lesbian. We'll talk to you more now. It was until sophomore year when I actually officially got with a guy. They're like, wait a minute, I thought you were lesbian. I'm like, trick ya. I'm bi, bitches. This one dude had like a silent crush on me. He would talk to me, be really friendly, but he never said anything about how he felt. But I kind of got a clue on my birthday when he showed up to one of our classes with a whole ass cake and just sat it down in front of me. He was like, hey, Orky, happy birthday. I'm like, how'd you know it was my birthday? What the fuck? Okay. Guys, gals, who wants cake? And my poor professor just kind of like looked at him, looked at me, looked at the cake, and I was like, guess we're having cake during class. Not gonna let that go to waste. Can I have a slice? He was really goofy. Like, he was incredibly awkward and nerdy, but in a very sweet, endearing way. It was kind of a meme between me and my roommate. It would be like, well, we'll say his name's Danny. We'd be like, lol, Danny. Danny being Danny. Lol. But here's an example of just how nice and borderline pushover I've been in my life. One time, me and my friends in college, we walked 5 miles each way to get to a Target. So my one friend could buy a mirror you hang off the back of a door that she saw online on sale and didn't want to try and get it shipped to the dorms. So we walked 5 miles each way to the Target to help her get the mirror and carry it back to the dorms. And I was a complete dumbass and did the walk in flip flops. It was also summer. It was summer semester. We had quarters, so it was summer quarter. And it was like 80 degrees out, which was really hot in the part of the country I was in for college. And I did basically a 10-mile walk in the heat in flip flops. When I got back to my place, I looked at my feet, and there was just blisters all on the bottoms of my feet. I was so just miserable. But hey, my friend got her mirror, so can't be too upset. Mission accomplished. I went with my college roommate to a furry convention, a really big one on the East Coast. And it was my first time ever at specifically a furry convention, so I didn't know what to expect. And the most hilarious thing is, my roommate is asexual. She's ace. Just sex things just are don't mix. So like we'd be like walking down the hallway, and we'd see just a couple people just like making out in the corner, and she would just like look down, going, "Hey, Orky, this carpet. Look how amazing it is. Look at the pattern of this carpet." I'm like, "Yeah, it's a nice carpet. It's a nice carpet, Jess." She's like, "No, look at the carpet. Keep walking, but look at the carpet." I'm like, "Okay." So she liked furry things for the aesthetic. She liked to draw animals. And she wanted to go because there was some artist hosting panels with tips on how to draw animals. Like animals, not just anthros, but like drawing wolves and tigers and things like that. And she wanted to learn. And so we. And she also was always fascinated by fursuits. She had no plans to get one for herself, but she thought it was really cool. She did have a fursona that she used for like her mascot. It was a hyena. And I'm like, "You should make yourself a hyena costume." And she's like, "No. People get the wrong idea." I'm like, "No, you just be a hyena." And then she explained to me that like hyenas, female hyenas have the phalluses, the anti-rape phalluses, and the dominance phalluses, and that they're basically animal futas. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, people would get the wrong idea if they knew anything about hyenas. Uh, Make nothing X-rated 0 until you're over 18. Anything you make that's X-rated now is CP. Don't do it. I've realized this stream has gone completely off the rails. It has nothing to do with what I titled it as. We were supposed to meme on Dark Brandon, damn it. Where are my Dark Brandon memes? Who does the art for my thumbnails? It really depends on the thumbnail. A lot of the ones that look kind of generic character looking, like, yeah, they might have cat ears or, you know, like snake eyes or whatever, but this art style looks exactly the same, and it's kind of just janky looking. Those are generated in a 3D anime character making app that allows you to publish things with commercial rights. It's pretty cool. I make them myself, but I am limited by what the app can do. And then I just edit everything together in Photoshop. But the more like fanciful looking art is usually done by Koichi, unless otherwise noted. Either Koichi or my friend Purishina. She's done a few pieces for my thumbnails. Or a couple random artists I find that I otherwise note in the description. But usually if I have like arty art, it's by Koichi. Like, she did the official designs for all of my OCs that have official designs. She's done like over 70 pieces for me. Oh, you don't know what Dark Brandon is? It's my current favorite meme, to be honest. It's basically if President Joe Biden had a villain arc. So his villain arc alter ego is being called Dark Brandon, and it's hilarious. Uh, do your film idea 0 when you are at least 18. I would personally wait until you're like 20, 21, because even at 18, you could still be viewed as a little young for that subject matter, and it could come off as not right, especially if you want the film to be taken seriously. Wait until your 20s. Like, write down your rough draft for a script now. You can always hone it when you're older, and then film it. The tight shirt. People call it either just a crop top because it's what it is, or a tie top. I think Maji, he means more like a psychological horror kind of movie. You can have a VPN on a PC or Mac, phone or tablet. Most tablets can support a VPN. You basically just have to research your VPNs and see what's compatible with your device. If you care about your security, especially people like looking at your history with what you're browsing and who you're communicating with, I highly recommend a VPN. Also, if you're a streamer or content creator, upload and stream using a VPN because there are crazy people who may try to track your location. Have I heard what happened to Tila Tequila? I have been completely out of the Tila Tequila loop, and I'm so annoyed because I've actually spoken to that bitch back in the MySpace days. We actually communicated. So I'm like, so tell me, what happened to all the Miss Tequila? You have to head out, dude? Okay, here. Ah, ada ada. Mwah, mwah. You know who I feel really bad for? Chris Crocker. I think goes by a different name now, but I don't know the name. I know the username of Chris Crocker. So bear with me. I'm not trying to be offensive. But the Leave Britney Alone video. I feel bad for that person because back at the time that video was made, Britney Spears was like the laughing stock of society. So the fact someone would come to her defense was seen as ludicrous and funny. But nowadays, with the whole Free Britney movement and learning everything she's been through, it's like, nah, that video was totally in the right and justified. I think it got sold as an NFT for a few $1,000s, so good on the person who made it. And good night to those who are bailing for the night. Let's see, it's a little after 9 my time. I can probably stay on till like 9:30 maybe, depending on what y'all want to do. If it wasn't for the fact it would probably freeze the stream, dang it, I would find some funny TikToks to make fun of. But I have a feeling if I try to play any kind of video simultaneously while streaming as a VTuber, it would just make everything freeze up and lag. It's unfortunate. Debating how I can meme. I usually meme with videos, but like, that might freeze the stream. It might make things lag. Because this laptop is like a potato. It's a potato laptop. Fortunately, the part for my desktop PC should be in by the end of the month. That's what the company told me when they shipped it out. So hopefully by the end of the month, I'll get this desktop fired up and ready to go for September. And I'll be able to stream properly on Twitch again. I'll still pop on here sometimes for a stream, but my actual official streams will be on Twitch again, where I'd have a bit more freedom too. Don't have to worry about copyright bots, for example. Heck, Zero, when you are an adult and you want to make that movie, give me a holler. Depending on what's going on, I could probably help you make that movie. I am a film person. I have worked in the TV and film industry for several years, and that was my major in college. I know a thing or two about working a camera. Now, I don't know all the latest and greatest of technology these days because I haven't worked in the industry in the last, like, fuck. What year is it? In the last, like, 7 years. Life just got better for me. Well, like, got the best of me, and I had to, like, do other things. So I don't know the latest and greatest in terms of, like, camera technology or software or any of that, but I know the stuff that's tried and true. Also, Zero, I'm betting for your movie, you could probably find a strip club, a real one, to film in, and make a negotiation to use as location in their off hours. Bring your acting talent in, set it up so it looks like it's an active strip club, and do your filming. Basically, you can have an actor be the bartender, an actor be the bouncer, and then have your actors playing the ladies. Because I can tell you, just for a fact from personal experience, most regular strippers cannot act. They can play nice to clients to get their money, but they're horrible actresses. They can't work from a script. I had a dream a few months ago that I think would make for an interesting mystery movie. Because it basically came off as like the start of a good movie. It was like on like a fancy college campus. I was basically in the position of where a camera would be. And it was a professor teaching his class using a student as like a prop, basically, just being like, hey, you do this, you do that, this is how you approach a person, blah, blah, blah. I think it was like supposed to be some kind of communications class. And then suddenly he just snaps, literally kills the student next to him, bolts out a window, and just takes off a roof of a building, just runs across the roof of a building, jumps, everybody thinks he's dead. Then he just gets up like nothing happened and looks at the camera, and his eyes are red. Like the whole eyes, like sclera lenses, just pure red. And he just smiles and then just disappears. And it's like, what the fuck was that? This would be a cool ass movie because I want to know what the fuck that was. Oh, you can't play Halo 3? I'm sorry, my dude. I can't wait until I get my desktop PC in order. Oh, that's not a bad GPA at all. That's pretty awesome. You're doing quite well, Emma. I'm so sorry about your computer, my dude. I have heard of things exploding. Technology can be quite terrifying sometimes. Your idea could be an interesting one, Zero, depending on how it's played out. I can kind of rock in my chair. It's pretty cool. Yay, ADD brain. No, because I have a nose. I don't need a blowhole. I have a nose. Oh, that made me dizzy. I should not have done that. Zero, if you need a girl, I am pretty sure Puppy Love Audio is also in high school. You may want to contact Puppy Love. Not gonna lie, my ADHD is so bad now because I can't take the full dose of my meds because I'm pregnant. And I'm just like, my brain goes a mile a minute. I'm all over the place. I usually have like 5 thoughts going at once. It's very hard to maintain a single train of thought when I'm talking. Because I'll just ping pong. I'll go from like A to C, then back to B, then to C, then to Q, then to D. Liking thighs is totally fine. Thighs are cool. Man, I wish I could just play Vines. I would say TikToks, but unfortunately TikToks usually contain a lot of copyrighted music. But like Vines, they're only 6 seconds. So even if they had copyrighted music, it'd be very unlikely that a bot would detect it right away. No, we weren't trying for a baby at all. A funny part of the story is I had an IUD that I didn't realize at some point my body rejected because I didn't feel it happen or see it happen. So I had no idea. And just one day, my time of the month was late. Took a test. Just came out pregnant. I had a heart attack because I thought the IUD was still in there. Because you have an IUD and you get pregnant, chances are it's going to be ectopic and be a whole ordeal. So I panicked, went to my doctor, got checked out. He panicked at first because he's like, I thought I put an IUD in there. And then so he did an emergency sonogram and it was like, well, I see signs of a viable pregnancy. It's in the uterus. But I don't see the IUD. So either your body rejected it and it fell out, or it pierced a tiny hole in your uterus and is floating around your abdomen somewhere. But unfortunately, because you're pregnant, we can't take an x-ray to find out. So, good luck with your pregnancy. I'm here if you need me. Yeah, my husband and I wanted 3 kids, but not this close together, unfortunately. This baby and little fox will be 2.5 years apart. We're not expecting the 3rd baby this soon. I thought maybe we'll try when I'm like 34, 35, which is a few years from now. But nah. The universe had other ideas. So I really hope this baby becomes like an important person. Well, he or she will still be an important person because everybody's important. But I mean, like, I hope your purpose is great, baby. IUD, not IED. IUD. Intrauterine device. It is a type of birth control. Basically, it's birth control. They stick all the way up in your coochie. where it really is not supposed to fall out, because it kind of can't. It's kind of like lodged in there up in the coochie. Unless your body rejects it fully, doesn't want it in there, and when you're not paying attention, pushes it out. Which my body either did that, or it pierced a hole and is floating around my abdomen. No, no, no fourth baby. No fourth baby. We unfortunately we can barely afford three kids. We're definitely not going for four. I'm on a baby board for the people due when I'm due. And there's some people like, I'm on my 5th, 6th, 8th kid. I'm like, what the fuck? Who are you bitches? And how can you afford a litter? You're having a litter. You have a litter. You're building an army. How can you afford that? Because last I checked, after like 3 or 4 kids, and you rely on government dolens, they stop giving you dolens. I think after like 3 or 4 kids, the government considers you a lost cause of responsibility, and it's like, fuck off, and then it sucks to you. So these must be some rich-ass bitches if they're having like 8 kids or more. I know when I was on the forum for the people due, when I was due Little Fox, one of the ladies I talked to was pregnant with her 10th kid. She had 9 kids. And those are 10th. And I was like, the fuck? And she explained what her husband did for a living. And I'm like, oh, that's where the money comes from. You rich. Good for you. You see, men can produce lots and lots of kids and not have to deal with the consequences. Pregnancy is rough on your body. Like, yes, they say some forms of birth control can be rough on you. Pregnancy can permanently disfigure you. And it can also kill you. People, to this day, still can die, and do die, from pregnancy and childbirth complications. It's scary as fuck. So I'd rather take life where I have birth control, fucking my hormones, and messing with my mental health and my weight and all that, because hormones can affect your weight. It's just part of life. And just dealing with that through like therapy and things like that. Just dealing. Then risking my life for something I'm not prepared for. But no, this is not my first rodeo. This is my 3rd kid. I know what I've been through before. I know what my body does. I know what to expect for the most part, so I'm not scared shitless, obviously. I'm going through with it. But I do still know the risks, and there's quite a few of them. See, unfortunately, yep, I've been a sex worker most of my adult life, and that has involved sex with people who aren't my main partner. Just it's part of the job. Birth control is a smart idea, even if you use barrier protection, which I do, except in instances when doing certain adult videos, because condoms don't look good in adult videos for some reason. For some reason, barrier protection just ain't sexy in your adult videos. I don't know why it's not seen as sexy, but it should be. It should be. Protection should be sexy, but it's not right now. Anyway, in other forms of sex work, I, you know, use protection, but I still had birth control because you never know. I'm not ashamed of what I've had to do to get by in my life. Not at all. I did everything completely legal. I followed the laws. I registered my licenses with the police. Did regular STI checks. I am cleaner, likely, than a random person you might meet at a nightclub or a bar because I regularly would get checked and take care of things. Most regular people don't think about it and don't. So you never know what they could have. And also, regular people can be crazy. You could take a girl home from a bar and she could be crazy, and when you're in the bathroom, could be poking holes in the condom. And you don't realize it until it's too late. I love being an orca. It's fun. See, one of the reasons why my husband always felt safe with me, despite knowing what I did for a living, is he bothered to do his research on what goes into what I did for a living. And he's like, oh shit, you're probably safer than the average girl I've gotten with. Well, fuck me. I'm like, okay. And I'll do it for free because I like you. My husband is literally the only dude I've ever been with who, between engagements with women, would get checked for STIs and show the paper to the new girl he got with that, like, hey, I'm clean. Don't worry about me. Because when we first got together and decided to sleep with each other, he was like, oh, hey, took the time, got an STI test just so you're not scared. Here you go. And I have on my phone pictures of my old ones to show I've never had anything. So if you are concerned at all, I can show you. Because again, as I mentioned, when it comes to STI tests, most people don't think about getting them unless they have a cause for alarm. See, most regular people I've talked to who have had STI tests done usually did it because their partner cheated on them, or were just doing a little self exam in the shower and they felt weird lumps and bumps, or they went to the bathroom and things didn't seem right, stuff like that. I find it a little sus that I've been hanging out with y'all and have yet to get a message from the other people in my house that the kids need me. I assume I'm getting a surprise break, because in my family, no news is usually good news. It's okay, William. I was ignoring him because he was just like talking nonsense, and I have like no patience for that. With people like that, I usually ignore them and let chat have fun with them. Yeah, you really can't, especially if it's not a gaming stream, you can't anticipate the streamer nor people in the chat to know what's from a game and what's not, people. Like, this is a hangout, chit chat, meme stream. That really doesn't mean I know game references. I may have played uh, video games on my Twitch streams casually, but I mean it. Like, I was casual about it. I'm not a hardcore gamer. I usually don't know what I'm doing in games. Yeah, swearing is not a problem on my channel. In fact, I freely encourage swearing because it deters children from thinking this is a place for them. Because a lot of children don't want their parents looking over their shoulders and seeing a lot of like people going shit dicks and cock farts, fuckity fuckerson. They just don't want their parents to see that, so they avoid it. Like, I just personally don't swear that much. It's not that I'm censoring myself. It's just I'm a parent, and I just kind of honed myself to not think to swear, usually. Now, when I played Hey D2 on Twitch stream all that time ago, that game where you're the robot lady and you have to defeat other robots, and it's a very annoying game. I swore a lot because that game irked me, to say the least. Because I could not get past the first bad guy without it killing me. I couldn't even get to my weapon without being killed. It was so frustrating. That's probably the most gamer rage I have ever expressed on a stream. And that's why I like playing nice games like The Sims, where you can just build fancy houses and lock Sims in rooms with no doors so they just starve to death, or put them in a pool and take out the ladder, let them swim until they drown. Stuff like that. Just play God. I like doing that. Yes, yes. You can swear, but no slurs. There's a difference between swear words and slurs. You can say hell, you can say damn, you can say shit, you can say fuck, you can say ass, but like no N word, no K word, no F word other than fuck. Honey Pop's fun too. I do like Honey Pop. I don't usually like puzzle games because I'm not very good at them, but I've gotten the hang of Honey Pop. I'm not going to type it out yet. I will just, I'll spell it out for you verbally. The Kike word. That is a slur, and a pretty terrible one if you're from where I'm from. No, no, you can say, unless you're saying it to me or to someone in chat that you want to unalive them, you can say kill, I don't care. Like, if you just come into chat frustrated, like, my brother just pranked me. Oh, I could kill the bastard. Like, I don't really care about shit like that. But don't pop in and be like, Orky, I'm gonna kill you. Like, then I'm like, okay, fuck off. Yes, exactly. It's like, but swap the L with the K. I've had to filter many an ASMR of mine because I've had fans of my audios. The moment they find out I'm Israeli and Jewish, they just go ham on the slurs and whatnot. And I want even the comments of my audios to be peaceful places, so I have to do a lot of deleting. There's a F word is, well, to me, the bad F word is FAG/FAGGOT. I do not like slurs against LGBT people. Uh, T is, the usual bad T word is TRANNY for trans people. Just basically don't use slurs. Because I am personally cool with people regardless of their race/ethnicity, their religion, unless they're using religion to try to, like, hurt me, then I'm not okay with it. But general being a religious person, I don't care. I don't care what your sexuality is. If you are into dudes, chicks, non-binary people, everything and anything, so long as you're not into children. I draw the line at children and animals. Children and animals. Draw the line at that. You're not allowed here if you like to do no things, kids and animals. Like, you should go get help. I'll call the police. Like, go get help before I call the police. Like, that's where I draw the line at that. But general, like, LGBT stuff, I'm totally cool with. I'm cool with you regardless of your gender identity. If you feel like you're a chick or a dude, neither, both, I really don't care. As long as you're a nice person. It's like, I'm a big titty orca girl. That's how I express myself. Big titties, fins, tail, goth clothes, fun stuff. My husband I met officially twice. The first time he doesn't really remember. A friend of ours had to remind him. That was back in 2011. I was at a convention. I had a party. His girlfriend at the time was friends with my friends who invited them. And some stuff went down, and he and his girlfriend had to leave. But we did meet. We did say hi. Nice to meet you. He completely forgets that ever happened. He just remembers seeing my friend, not me. And then we met face to face, like directly at a convention in 2014. Where it's like, hi, I am blah blah blah. Nice to meet you. And for me, I'm like, I know of you. You're friends with so and so. And he's like, yes, I am friends with so and so. I'm like, well, I'm friends with so and so. And it's like, oh, that's where I heard your name before, through so and so. Yep. For those who don't know, I am married with 2 kids going on 3. Yep. Married, couple of kids. We currently live with my folks until my husband gets his job situation improved. He's currently not in the best situation employment-wise in terms of supporting a house on his own. And I need to get my credit score out of the shitter, because I was in an abusive relationship for a fair number of years. I got out of it, and to survive, for a while, I had to live on credit cards and loans, and things that just tank your credit score. I also had to break a lease to get out of that relationship, and that hurts your credit score. And I'm still not fully recovered from that yet, like credit score wise. But it has improved. At the worst of it, my credit score was I think 400, if that. It's now at least in the 6s. At least last I checked, it was in the 6s. So that's an improvement. But it's not great. It's not where we need it to be in terms of making sure a mortgage company will work with us. Because unfortunately, at least where we live, if you get a mortgage and you're married, both of you have to be on it, and they look at both of y'all's credit. He has near excellent credit, so he's not worried about his. But mine needs to be improved. I still don't understand Minecraft. I get the appeal. It's like a sandbox game. People like sandbox games. You can do a lot in it. But I've yet to figure out how to properly play it other than go into creative mode and spawn animals. That's all I figured out how to do. I actually live in a very small podunk rural town. There is a city. It's like an hour away from me. But I'm not in the city itself. It's just where the state I live in has its rules. and is very strict. Because unfortunately, due to my husband's military contract, we cannot leave the state because he has to be able to get to the base once a month. That's the thing, Manji. I don't know how to make things in Minecraft. I have yet to figure out how to build anything. I try to set things down, but it doesn't look like anything. I get really frustrated with Minecraft. So instead, I just grab eggs and spawn animals. I make little armies. Okay, when I am able to game again, because right now I can't, this laptop cannot stream games. I either can play a game or I can stream. It won't let me do both without lagging and crashing. It's a very slow potato laptop. When I get my new desktop, all its parts in it, up and running, which should be end of this month, beginning of next month, I'll be able to game again and stream the games. When I'm able to do that, y'all can help me with Minecraft. You know what game should be like a video game? Settlers of Catan. I love that board game. I think it's a board game. It's sort of a board game. But it would make a dope video game because it'd be kind of like Minecraft, only more silly. Catch you later, yup. Oh, my my kiddo likes Minecraft, but likes to watch Minecraft. Does not really know the intricacies of playing it. Because the only games she really knows how to play are games she can like tap things on her tablet. Hand her a controller or a keyboard, and she gets kind of lost. I've played Grand Theft Auto. I've played the first one, the original one, way back in the day, and I've played GTA 5 on the computer. I find them to be incredibly silly games. In the first one, my brother showed me the cheats to unlock all the weapons and to either max out the police knowing you exist and going after you, so max it out to 5 stars, or constantly wipe it to 0. So it was always fun to like do the cheat to max it out, cause a lot of mayhem, and then just quickly revert it back to none, and then be left alone. It was very funny, but also I like maxing out all my weapons. So I learned a few cheats from my brother, and I would just run around, drive around, look like a creep, crash cars, shoot people up. It was fun. I was like 12. Dinosaurs are cool. I like dinosaurs. I don't know as much about dinosaurs now as I did when I was like 5. I knew a lot about dinosaurs when I was a kid. I was obsessed. I forgot most of that trivia as an adult. I do get frustrated by movies like Jurassic Park 3, because the part in Jurassic Park 3 when the Spinosaurus kills the motherfucking T-Rex, which would never happen, I don't understand why it kept chasing the people and it didn't just eat the T-Rex it just killed. Like, food's right there, homie. Go eat. You have a buffet. Why are you chasing the tiny ass people? You have a big ass meal you just killed. Eat that. NC-17 rated films aren't more available to buy because stores don't want the liability of carrying them. That's why you can only go to specific stores to buy porn. Because the average retailer does not want to carry it. There's liabilities with it. Like a regular store carrying something that adult, you run into the problem of some kid getting a hold of it and then mommy finding out and tearing the store a new one because little Timmy found a movie with a lot of boobies in it and then suing the store for not looking out for little Timmy. Catch you later, Marty. Have a good night. I don't know what kind of dinosaur I'd be. Probably a Quetzalcoatlus. The really, really big flying one. Because I'd fly around and I'd be like, caw caw, motherfucker. I'm gonna eat all the fish. Fish is mine. My fish. Fuck you. I fly. I fly away into the sunset. Don't get wasted in Vegas. People will rob you. Don't do it. You're just asking for trouble. I've worked in Vegas for a long time. You don't want to get wasted there. You'll get robbed or worse. It depends on the city in Japan. Actually a very diverse country in terms of like the cultures of the different cities. I guess it's all mostly Japanese people, but each city in Japan has its own unique history and culture. Because for a brief period of time, Japan was a feudalist country, divided into states, its own version of states, and each one had its like main city and its own culture and its own how it does things. And even after Japan united again and fixed itself, the different regions still kind of maintain their own culture. So it depends. Do you want to get wasted in Tokyo, Kyoto, go up to Hokkaido, the cities up there, go to Osaka, Hiroshima? Just depends where you want to go. The right person to ask about drinking in Japan and partying would be my husband. Now, while he was stationed there, he didn't do a lot of drinking and partying because he doesn't do that a lot in general. He doesn't drink much anymore because he has a sensitive liver condition That has nothing to do with alcohol, surprisingly. Like, it didn't happen because of drinking. It just kind of just happened one day. So he's really careful while drinking. But he did hang out with the fellow Marines a few times in various locations in Japan while he was stationed out there. So he can probably give you a better idea of which cities are the most fun to party in. Because he really just, like, explored the best he could. Because there was COVID while he was in Japan. So he couldn't go everywhere. But he did do a fair amount of exploring on his days off. And enjoyed it. Like, he went to a maid cafe. I'm so jealous. I want to go to a maid cafe. A real Japanese maid cafe. Not one of the pop-up ones that happen during anime conventions in America. Like, no. I want to go to a real one. I want to experience maid waifus for myself. Yeah, in America, those of you not in America, you have to be 21 to have alcohol here. Anything under 21, even if you're over 18, is considered underage drinking. You can get in trouble. The person who served you can get in trouble. I advise not doing it. So I think in Japan, the drinking age is like 19 or 20. Like it is in Europe. Like, I'm pretty sure university students in Japan can drink. But you have to get to Japan. And it's very expensive to get to Japan if you're not going on the dime of, like, the government or a job. Because flights to Japan from America and places to stay that aren't, like, cramped little hostels are not cheap. According to my husband, very little in Japan is cheap, surprisingly. It's an expensive country, especially the cities. He said some aspects were a little more affordable than America, but they had differences. Like when he would travel different cities, he would stay in hotels. Some were nicer than others, but he said the prices just varied depending on the city he was in, as did the quality. I think if you party in Japan Zero when you're an adult, not now, when you're an adult, you go to Japan, go to like maybe Tokyo, get a fancy suite in a love hotel because a love hotel has connections to sexy ladies that you can call and request to come meet you at the hotel and party with you. And they'll even dress up in costumes if you request it. Now, I don't speak from my husband's experience. He did not do that for obvious reasons, married man and all that. But I have spoken to friends who just were single people who went to Japan and checked out love hotels and got the full experience. If you want to really just wreck yourself, do what I did when I was old enough to drink and buy my own alcohol. I made a concoction called Everbeer. Root beer, very nice, A&W root beer. and Everclear. I would make a cup of root beer, pour in 2 to 3 shots of Everclear, 1 or 2 cups of that. I did not remember what was happening the next day. I would like just walk around going, I'm sorry if I did anything weird the day before. Everbeer. My best advice to those of you who are still in like high school is enjoy your childhood while you still have it. You'll have plenty of time to do fun adult things when you're an adult. Now, my best advice if you do drink alcohol is drink responsibly. Don't drive. I will take your keys from you if you even think about driving. Drink in the comforts of your home, your buddy's home, a hotel room. Don't drive. Because I don't want you to become road pizza. Or turn someone else into road pizza. That's just as bad. Men like when they flick their tongue? No. No, 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 no. Maybe like one woman out of like 30 may find it flirty. But the average lady will look at you and go, ugh. Just like, nah, no. Or even worse, get all like grumpy face and slap you. Because basically, flicking your tongue is a visual code for a woman. You're thinking of using your tongue on somewhere else on her. And while, yes, that is pleasurable for many a person with a coochie, it's not something you want to be that direct about. Because, yes, maybe the one rare person may find that kind of flirty and go along with it, but the average person will just be like, ugh, creeper, no. Hello, Fran, how are you doing? By the way, those of you with a peener, if you want to get mouth fun from someone and you do not know the person well, get flavored condoms. Makes the experience better for them, makes you safe. Because there are diseases that can pass orally to your naughty bits, and you don't want that to happen. When you are 18, if you have the money, you can party hardy all you want. Within legal bounds, of course. So I'd say hold off on the super partying until you're 21. And then if you wanna get with strange people you don't know, be safe about it. Routinely get your STI test. Use barrier protection, please. Not only do you not want to produce offspring when you're that young, especially with someone you don't know, you also don't want any diseases. Man, I haven't been up this late without being tired since the last time I had an energy drink, which, given I am 13 weeks pregnant, is quite a while ago. So, fun times. I'm awake. How weird. I wonder if I can stay awake until my husband comes home. He should be home in like 2.5 hours. Doesn't mean I'll stay on stream till then, because y'all may get sick of me before then. But we'll see. No smoking. No smoking. Especially if anyone in your family has a history of addiction, because chances are you may have it. Don't do it. But if you are in a situation where you're offered one, and it's completely social, and you just do one, they're not bad. They're honestly easier than regular cigarettes or cigars. And they have a nice aroma and usually nice flavor. They're basically like flavored vapes before vapes were a thing. But I highly recommend, especially if anyone in your family has a history of addiction to anything, don't smoke anything. Don't smoke. Because cloves do have nicotine in them. Not as much as like a regular cigarette, but there's still nicotine. You have that risk. I highly recommend not getting addicted to smoking, because it will fuck up your lungs in the long run. There's several people I know who started smoking just even just cigarettes when I was in high school and when I was in college, who either never quit or quit when they are practically the age I am now, which I'm in my 30s, and they suffer health complications already. They have severe asthma and allergies. Some even have lung damage. Don't do it. Okay, Zero, I hope you're asking an honest question and not being willfully daft to get a rise out of people. When you do that gesture, that indicates you want to use your mouth in a sexual manner on another person's nether bits. And it's not a polite gesture to make. It's not attractive. Trust me, both as someone who has just, had partners and someone who's worked in the sex industry. It's not cool. Don't do it. It's rude. If you want to engage with a person, instead of making crude gestures, just walk up to them, have a conversation, and be like, hey, you want to go get a room somewhere, get to know each other better, take your clothes off? Be nice about it and polite. And also, for Pete's sake, if someone says no, no means no. No does not mean ask me again in 5 minutes. No does not mean keep asking until I cave in and say yes, just to get you to stop asking. No means no. If someone says no, they mean no. And if they don't mean no, if they're playing a game with you, they're not worth getting with anyway. Don't get with people who play games. Those people are not good people. Like, I had to explain to my 8-year-old why you don't stick up your middle finger. Because apparently, a kid at camp showed that to her. I didn't tell her the exact words it meant because I do not use that language around my kids. I just said it's incredibly rude. We don't do that. Basically, when you do that, you're saying something not nice to a person. Yay, Friday night vibes! Well, for me, it's Friday night. I don't know what your time zone says. Man, this stream really went off the rails. Not only did it go on longer than my usual stream, it has nothing to do with the title. I'm going to retitle. I'll be right back. I'm going to retitle. Yay, things going off the rails. Subscribe! When it comes to naughty things, I will say that before I ever even considered doing legal escorting, when I just did photo shoots and video work, and mostly just had my own partners, I will say that I regret some decisions I made as a young adult. Not like regret to the point where it cripples me, but if I could go back in time, I probably wouldn't engage with a lot of the people I engaged with. Just out of principle. I had a form of sex addiction when I was a young adult. It was more so an attention addiction, but I'd found that the easiest and best way to get attention was to be available to engage sexually with somebody. And I'll just say that compared to what I experience now as a more grown adult who is married, that kind of naughty experience was not nearly as enjoyable as what I get now. See, that's part of what led me into getting into an abusive relationship. Was I was addicted to attention and getting it from people, and it made me desperate for attention all the time. Getting with my abusive ex, the attention was mostly negative, but it was still attention. I didn't feel ignored. Now I've been in therapy and have gone through treatments. I don't really have that problem anymore. I feel very loved and supported by my husband. He does not have to be around me 24/7. If people happen to like my stuff online, cool. If they don't react to it, that's fine too. I just put myself out there because I enjoy it. I also learned through therapy that probably the reason I wanted attention so much when I was a young adult on my own was because I didn't get it much as a kid. My parents were divorced, I didn't see my dad super often, and my mom very much lived for herself. When she wasn't working, she was usually busy with friends and going on trips and just would not include me. So any attention I got, I was like, yes, attention. My mom was also one of those parents that expected basically their kid to be a doll, not do anything that could be even remotely annoying. Anytime I'd act like a kid, like play a little too loud, be a little rambunctious, I got my ass whooped. So that taught me that kids are best seen and not heard. So that's part of the reason why I became such a quiet, timid person. No, you heard my stupid chair because I had the audacity to adjust it. This chair's creaky and plasticky. It's not the best chair. But I did get it for the best price, which is free. Everyone has a talent. Even if it's just being like a good listener. Or you're good at reading. You're good at writing. You're good at math. You're good at research. You're good at recalling obscure facts from something. That's a talent. No, no, not a 5-finger discount. The company sent it to me for free. In exchange for a review. And I'm like, it's a chair. That was my review. It's a chair. My butt goes on it. It fits by my desk. It's a chair. And they took it. And I still have free chair. I don't understand why when I do a nice ASMR stream, I usually crap out after like an hour and a half or two at most. Don't know why. Yet, when I'm just bullshitting, I can apparently sit here for at least 3 hours. I don't know, man. I do wish I could do something that's more entertaining for y'all, though. Like, share dumb videos or play a game. I can still chat while I game, but this computer is dog shit. No offense, computer. I appreciate you. I do. You're an okay laptop. You're good for checking email, but I wish you could game and stream at the same time, laptop. That'd be a nice thing you could do, but you don't do that. You crap out when that happens. I can either game or stream. I can't do both on you. Ninja, yes, I do take commissions where you pay through Ko-fi, but don't use the Ko-fi shop to do it. Email me, or either email me or message me on Twitter so we can discuss the details and I can give you a price. And then you just pay through the Ko-fi. If you want more info on what I do and don't do and the average pricing structure, check out my website, kittyminxasmr.com, and just click on the custom commissions button. I did do a 12-hour stream once. It was on YouTube. It was with my really old 3D avatar where I was Kitti, and I literally just chatted with y'all for like 12 hours. But that was an anomaly. I had like nothing going on at the time. I think, if I recall correctly, I think that's the first time my in-laws took little Fox to babysit her. And my husband was, I think, on a deployment. My older kiddo was at school and then did not want to hang out the rest of the day. Either that, I think I started early. So, like, she went to school and then I finished when she came home. I think that's what happened. Regardless, I had nothing going on that day. Yeah, the problem with booking directly on Ko-fi without messaging me first is I may not see it. I don't always get notified when things go through Ko-fi. So far, the most consistent thing with Ko-fi that I've been notified on is when people buy things through the physical shop where you can like buy a sticker or something like that. So they have to notify me because I have to ship things. But typically when I get a donation or anything like that, I'm not notified unless I happen to see it pop up on my Twitter because I do have it set to tweet when someone donates. That's one of the downsides to Ko-fi is some things in their system where it's not great about notifying you. That's why it says on my website to email me first. Catch you later, Nathan. Thanks for hanging out with me. Okay, when it comes to the subathon streams that go on forever, I don't say this in a negative way, but people who can do long-ass subathons usually have no life. Or at least no responsibilities that require their frequent attention. Like they could go 12, 24, 48 plus hours, where all they have to do is eat, nap, and bathroom. They don't have to attend to pets. They don't have to attend to kids. If they have a partner, the partner knows what's going on. It doesn't bother them. I would like to do a subathon / followathon when I'm able to get back on Twitch for my re-debut, which will hopefully be in a month. But that I'd have to plan now, because I'd have to arrange for someone to be willing and able to keep an eye on the kids, make sure they don't bother me, and be prepared to handle them for a long period of time. Because I would like to go at least like 8 to 12 hours. If people don't push it for longer. I will probably max it at 2 days though, unfortunately. And I would have to take like a little like nappy nap break in between. May not be the smartest thing to do while pregnant, but it's something I can do. Because once my new desktop's set up, I should be able to load a bunch of games on it. And it should run super smooth and relatively fast. So I could like play games with y'all. Can probably draw and draw my good tablet. Do little ASMR breaks. Maybe karaoke because it's Twitch and there's no copyright bots to murder you. Yeah, I hate to say it though, if you can afford to stream for a living, you have your life set up where you have no life. I would love to find someone who can stream like Hasanabi does for like 14 hours a day, who has little kids, and not be a crappy, neglectful parent. No, I'm not stressed. I'm just kind of like, my brain's kind of going at a mile a minute because I'm thinking about a million different things at once. Now, on the subject of commissions, one of my favorite things that people do, and by favorite I mean like, why do you do this? Is people who like read my website and are like, I want this audio. And they give me the details, sometimes even a script. And when I tell them the price, they're like, I have to pay for it? You're not just going to do my request for free? So and so does free requests. And I'm like, did you read my website? It costs money. Like, yeah, I read your website, but I didn't think it was serious. Basically, when I say no life, I mean like no real physical responsibilities. Like, obviously, if you stream for a living, you have money going to your bank account where you can like pay rent, pay utilities, buy food. But you don't have to physically get up and do anything. You're not doing chores. You're not like taking care of kids. You're not taking care of pets. Yeah, they do that I want this for free. The best thing is when they say, "Oh, I'll tell my friends about it if you do it for free. You'll get exposure." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, I get enough exposure just posting free stuff I make myself on YouTube and whatnot. That's enough exposure." Because I'll be honest, some of the ideas people approach me with are not ideas I would do on my own. I'll do it if I'm paid, but not something I would just do by myself. And if it's not something that I would normally do by myself, I'm just going to charge money for it because it becomes extra work for me. I have to basically make myself get inspired to do it. It doesn't just come to me like my regular audios do. Date your own age, my dude. Find someone between the age of, if you're 15, you want an older girl, find someone who's 16, not 17, because 17 is really close to 18, and it becomes a whole legal debacle when they turn 18. Find a 16-year-old if you must go older. Oh, one of my favorite things is when I say I'm not going to do something for free, and then they tell me, well, I don't think you're that great anyway. So and so is better. And I'm like, then why didn't you go to so and so for your request, asshole? But on the subject of commissioning, I will say, depending on the queue, your commission could take a little while. I have put on hold the ones that I started on my old computer until I get my new computer set up and can move the WIPs over and get back to working on them. I am taking new ones I can do right now, but I can't do nearly everything I was able to do on a desktop. So depending on what someone wants, I may say no. Interpersonal is when you interact directly with another person. Okay. Starting to get not sleepy, but just a little mellowed out. I can probably hang on until 11. It's 10:40 right now. I can probably hang on like 20 minutes. Then depending on how I feel, I may have to bounce off and either go to bed or dick around online till my husband comes home. Then maybe if I'm still awake, we can actually hang out for once at night. Ever since he had to go back to his day job, where he doesn't get home until like midnight, we haven't really been able to hang out at night because usually, I'm in bed before 10 and asleep. And I'm usually asleep when he comes home. I wake up briefly to be like, hey honey, how's work? Love you. And then I go back to sleep. So it'll be a rare instance if we can hang out when he gets home from work. We usually wait until his day's off to hang out. Yes, you are not fully developed physically, mentally, emotionally at 15. You may think you are, but you're not. Scientifically, you are not developed until you're at least 25. But people can learn and grow and mold themselves until they're freaking in their 60s. Because you never stop learning. There's people who start new careers in their 40s and 50s. Just completely turn their lives around. And they're successful at it. There's people who go back to school when they're like 40, 50 years old. And they're successful at it. Just approach life right now expecting that you're going to be young and stupid and reckless and immature for the next 10 years. You're not going to know everything. You may think you do. You may think you have a lot under your belt. You don't. Like, personally, I think I did some of my most growing as a person between the ages of 25 and 28. Because in that time, I just really pondered what I wanted to do with my life, what I wanted to be. I worked as a sex worker, both as an escort and a person who does videos and photos. And I just, took time to really contemplate, like, who I am and what I want to do. And one of the things I learned is I like to entertain people. I like to connect with people. That's one of the things that actually made me such a relatively successful escort, was my ability to connect with people and entertain them. Now, I didn't set out to make content to get popular or anything. Like, I had no idea my YouTube would take off even in a tiny way. I thought I'd just use it to share things with clients and friends and just maybe get like 10 subscribers and they're all like my friends. I never expected it to be where I am now. I used to watch a lot of YouTube, I still do, but I didn't set out to be a YouTube creator because I never thought that was for me. How is collaborating with DTL? She's nice. She's nice. I will say, from my experience with her and speaking with her, she does tend to overbook herself. I wish she wouldn't do that because it's not healthy in the long run, and it's just going to make things more stressful for her. She piles a lot on her plate. But a lot of people do that, especially when they're young. You think you can do everything, and then you learn the hard way you can't. Like, I'll be honest, our collab was supposed to happen in 2020. And all the hustle and bustle and everything going on that happened to DTL in 2020 and early 2021, she put our collab aside and forgot about it. And didn't remember until recently, and then finished it. And she just sent in the lines for the one that's going to be on my channel. So now I gotta finish that. I completely forgot that script. I have to find it. Oh, hi Joey. You're cool too. Thank you. I will say streaming, while more expensive and more draining on the technology, is easier for me as a VTuber. Because I don't have to worry about being judged for my appearance. I have a cute avatar, and that's really all that matters. Because I hate to say it, when you're looking at people, you tend to pass judgment on them just based on what you see. That's just kind of how humans are. It really can't be helped. And you may find it hard to engage and connect with somebody if you don't like or don't understand or whatever with what you see. It's been documented with research that people find it easier to connect with fictional things, media. That's why there are so many fandoms with hardcore fans. So the fact I can just be an anime character just made me a little more approachable to people. Because when people look at Orky, or even my Kitti avatar, they don't see a 32-year-old alternative MILF, which can be intimidating, especially if you're younger. They see a cute Orca girl, or a cute Neko. Man, every time I see the name, someone use the name Daddy, I think of the dog from the dog training show. I forget what it's called. I used to know it. Basically, Dog Whisperer, that was it. Caesar Milan. His dog for a long time was named Daddy. That's what I think of, because I used to be weird and watch animal shows. I honestly don't know what my specific talent is anymore. I would like to figure it out one day. I thought I was drawing for a long time, but then after college I got really burnt out on drawing. And my abusive ex essentially mentally beat drawing out of me by saying everything I made sucked all the time. Just made me hate myself, so I haven't done a lot of drawing since I was like 22, and I'm 32 now, so it's been a decade. So I've really lost my skill for drawing. I have to basically learn all over again, which is not easy when you don't have a lot of time. So I have to kind of knock that down as being a talent. I can't really sing. I'm a soprano too. There is very little music written for a soprano too, and it makes things tricky. So I'm not really a singer. I used to be able to play the trumpet and the piano and the violin and the guitar when I was a kid. I haven't touched instruments in like 10, 12 years at least. So that'd be like getting back on a horse after not seeing a horse for a long time. I need to stretch. Hang on. Honestly, as much as I enjoy YouTube and enjoy y'all, I can't wait until I can stream on Twitch again. I wish this laptop would connect to Twitch, but it can't hold the connection to it. For some reason, Twitch has different streaming demands than YouTube. It's very weird. But regardless, I can't wait till I get back on Twitch. Because I can do fun things. Like little wheel games. And channel point redeems. And things like that. YouTube doesn't have those features. It's very unfortunate. And if they do have those features, I don't have them, probably because I'm not monetized. Oh, Emma, you leaving? Catch you later if you're leaving. Yeah, VRoid's pretty cool. The current model I use when I stream as Kitti, I commissioned, and the person used VRoid and Blender to make it. It's a very nice model. I may one day, if I really have the money and the desire to, I may commission a nice 2D model of Kitti, but I'm happy with the VRoid 3D one. It's worked well so far, and people don't seem to mind it. But I will say Orky looks better in 2D than 3D. Something about the aesthetic and all the details just works better in 2D. By the way, if you have subbed me on Twitch, thank you. Especially if you continue to sub, even though I'm not streaming on the platform. Thank you. I would heart hands, but for some reason, the syncing with my hands and the app on the computer, it's not working. It's just working for my face. It's being silly. I debated for a while making a separate channel for story times, where I just tell life stories. But I think storytime channels are mostly dead at this point. I don't think they're a thing on YouTube anymore. People don't care. Like, if you're not doing a specific niche, people don't really care about your content these days. And also, long form content is kind of dying. TikTok made good work of that. Gonna take my horse to the old town road. Gonna ride till I can't no more. Gonna take my horse to the old town road. Gonna ride till we can't no more. Yeah, but I mean like regular sit down with a camera and microphone storytime channels. Like what Tana Mojo used to do, Miasaurus, Gabby Show, that kind of stuff. Hey Fran, how you doing? Hola, how's your day/night going? Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. My chair can kind of rock, and it's very distracting. Fuck, man. If I could still draw, I would do, like, drawn story times. Like little comics. I can't really draw anymore. Not that well. Ain't no one wants to see my stick figures. What's the game Minecraft? 3 hours of stream? You missed it going off the rails, because I initially set this out to be a meme stream. Where we just, like, rag on famous people and just make fun of shit. But then it became a Orky dispels life stories and life advice stream. He just went totally off the rails. One second, I gotta mute the mic. Sorry about that. I had to be very stern with my 8-year-old. Because it is almost 11 o'clock at night, and I just heard her running around. And she wasn't going potty. She was probably gathering more toys. And that's not okay at 11 o'clock at night. Bedtime. Past bedtime. Past bedtime by at least 2 hours. Are there like different Minecrafts for different platforms? I'm trying to learn more about Minecraft. I know, I wanted Dark Brandon memes, but like either people didn't know what Dark Brandon is, or just didn't want to engage. And I'm like, but Dark Brandon, it's funny. I find Dark Brandon way funnier than Sleepy Joe. Like Sleepy Joe was just not even a meme. It was just an accurate description. Dark Brandon's funny. Oh, there's orcas behind me. I have orcas. They'd be whales. Dark Brandon! Yay! I don't know if any of y'all sub to Mutahar, Subordinary Gamers, but he cracks my shit up. Because sometimes he makes really trolly videos, and the thumbnail is just his face making a silly expression, and I don't know why. That makes me laugh. Why do I have whales? Because I'm an orca. I'm an orca. It's my people. It's my people. The funny thing about uh, basically aligning with the Meretz party in Israel, which has no equivalent in the United States whatsoever yet, maybe one day, but not now, is I dislike I dislike Joe Biden and his establishment and the GOP equally. I find them both very toxic. That laughing clip of Muda is pretty great. It's a nice meme. I like it. So, like, I can make fun of Dark Brandon, just like I can make fun of Giant Cheeto Man. No, no. Politics can be interesting, just not in America, because it's a very uh, squashed system, is the best way to put it. And that you don't really have many choices, and the choices you do have likely suck. So really, most people just have to pick a lesser of two sucks, and it's just not good, because everybody has a different definition of suck. The interesting thing about Israel is that there's a bunch of different parties, and it makes up the Knesset, which is basically a parliamentary system. And whichever party gets the most seats in the Knesset has the prime minister spot too. For a period of time recently, there were two Israeli prime ministers because two parties got equal seats in the Knesset and they were the most seats. And boy, were those two prime ministers polar opposites. So for anything to get done, they had to like really negotiate and come together. Kumbaya. It was interesting. Oh, no Portuguesa. Yes, I'm in Orca. It's whale. Bernie is at least entertaining. I have to give Mr. Bernie some credit. He at least knows how to be entertaining and engage people and inspire. Like, he knows how to get a crowd going. And he at least tries to give the impression like he gives a shit. He tries. How long do orcas live? Male orcas usually to be about 60 in the wild. Females can live to be at least 80. Very much like people. Man, y'all are like getting me going. I'm going to see if I can share this video without crashing stream. Because this computer is very fickle. I'm going to see if I can. This computer is insanely fickle. But I need to play this video if I don't get copyright claim for it. Because it is very funny. And it shows who the one true president should be. Let's see. Okay. Da 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 da. Blue sky dude, we can too. Vroom. It came in huge. I'm gonna fix it. Why so huge? Why are you so huge? Center. Center. There we go. Go a little bit up. There we go. See if I can do this without it killing stream. Let's see. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Why is it not doing speakers? Why is it not doing speakers? Speakers work. Work, I say. Oh, that's why. It's set to this stupid piece of crap. That's why. Okay, let's try this again.
In November 2016, the United States of America changed its fate forever. Instead of electing a dignified politician, it chose this buffoon. But what if there was an alternate timeline where the US chose the right candidate? What if we chose the right man for the job? Wait, I'm sorry, you thought I was talking about her? No, of course not. No, the fate of America was chosen months before this travesty occurred. By then, the destiny of the US was already sealed. They had denied the hand of God himself. Of course, I'm talking about Jeb Bush. What if Jeb Bush was elected president of the United States? Usually in these scenarios, the alternate timeline takes a more somber tone, reflecting on what we lost because a bad event happened. And I'm not stopping here. Time to crank this stuff up to 11 and make you stay up at night thinking about what was lost. Sorry, Grandma, dying of the virus. Should have voted for Jeb in March 2016, you old bat. In an alternate January 2017, Jeb Bush is sworn into office. Usually, the day is cold enough to harden the most stubborn nipples. Yet instead, the day is warm. The sun glistens as Jeb speaks. The people, once uncertain, decide to clap and feel their souls light up. They wonder how they never clapped before, as he gives a speech comparable to that of Kennedy, Lincoln, and even Jesus Christ himself. At the end of his speech, Jeb takes out a flaming sword. It astounds the audience worldwide. At the sight of such a beacon, they realize this is not simply a mere public servant. The next 4 years are a time of not only prosperity for the US, but one of expansion. Canada, under the reign of Justin, blackface was fine 20 years ago, Trudeau, hasn't seen the best of days. So they cast off their maple leaf shackles and join the USA. The cartels disavow their trafficking, no longer needing to sell drugs, as the only high we all need is Jeb. There is no longer a left or right in politics. There is only Jeb, a black hole of true centrism who brings in all sides. Eventually, Britain does leave the EU, deciding to join what is now the Jeb Empire. The entire EU follows suit. By 2022, Jeb has now united all of humanity, but where is there to go? Simple: Mars. Mars for the last few centuries has been controlled by a cult dedicated to machinery called the Adeptus Mechanicus. Jeb realizes that Mars could easily defeat a united Earth, even with all its firepower, and decides instead to join forces. Now, with the Mechanicus technology at his back, Jeb can lead a holy crusade across the galaxy, reconnecting with lost human colonies and bringing the truth to them. Jeb is soon deemed the Emperor of Mankind, and reveals to humanity he has always existed throughout history. A great crusade begins as humankind is able to once again travel through the warp. Jeb has brought together many worlds either through conquest or by acknowledgement of his wisdom. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and the only light is the Emperor. Various Xenos threaten humankind: orcs, Eldar, and even the mysterious forces of chaos, fueled purely by the bitter rage of Hillary Clinton. Eventually, the Dark Gods of Chaos corrupt a major ally of Jeb, Ben Shapiro, as they corrupt him into believing that the ways of Jeb are not true, turning on Jeb and descending mankind into an era of civil war. By the last battle of this heresy, Jeb and Ben have a final clash. Jeb is victorious. Ben is struck down, and his Chaos Legions chased back into the warp. At least for now. Despite his victory, Jeb's injuries are too much. Jeb is now just a hollow man, his body becoming a corpse. Brought into what will soon be called the Golden Throne, Jeb sustains his life by the daily sacrifice of 10,000 clapping attendees. But that's just a theory, a game theory. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for my next video, in which I exploit a global crisis to predict which video game character will survive the coronavirus.
This is don't judge me, but I literally just shared one of my favorite things. That one video is one of my favorite things on the internet ever. When it first came out, which was obviously April Fool's prank, I could not stop laughing. It was just so absurd and so brilliant. It is true. The one true president is Jeb. See, I had a theory that the correct timeline was Jeb becoming president to complete the Bush trifecta. Because we had the Father, we had the Son, and Jeb was clearly the Holy Spirit. Especially according to this video, we needed the Trinity. And then we would have unlocked the seal to being able to travel the warp and travel in time and space. But no, the one true president did not happen. We did not have the golden trifecta. And I think regardless of political affiliations, we can all agree that Ben Shapiro is a whiny, snivelly little weasel. And I hope he one day gets eaten by an anaconda. And by that, I mean either the actual snake or a very burly man with a large anaconda. Well, what have we got? What have we got? I'm looking at the memes. Those are some A+ memes. Unfortunately, if I try to save them on this laptop, it'll probably crash everything. Discord and this laptop are very finicky. Catch you later, Riley. Have a good night. Man, Ben Shabibo, he's a weasel. He even looks like a weasel. He's a weasel wearing a human skin. A weasel. Watch me be right. Watch him just like unzip his human skin one day, and he's just a really tall weasel. The Mustalids, they're trying to take over. I know, Cody is an outstanding creator. I just adore all his stuff. I don't watch it as much as I used to, but when I do see it pop up in my feed and I have a minute, I will give him that minute. He's incredibly witty and talented and makes very good observations and just entertaining. He's entertaining. I will listen to nearly anyone, regardless of their ideologies, so long as they can be entertaining about it, at least. If you're not entertaining, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to get bored, and I'm going to leave. Hey, Jason. Doing okay. How are you doing? The thing that frustrates me about Ben Shabibo is when people call him out for some ignorant shit, he's like, I'm Jewish. Like, that doesn't mean you can't be ignorant. And I'm sorry, being like an Israeli Jew, you really can't get more Jewer than that. If you start espousing life begins at conception, and then turn around and be like, I'm Jewish, no, you're not. Because, the Torah and the Talmud clearly state, at least for the once, life begins with first breath of air. Which means baby has to be outside the womb and breathing. That is what Judaism believes. I had to read the Torah and the Talmud many a time to be bas mitzvahed. And the funny thing is that Christianity likes to say that the Torah is the Old Testament and it's part of their belief system, yet unless it fits their current narrative and just nitpick stuff, they ignore the Torah. It's one thing I have never understood about a lot of modern day Christians. And it's one of the reasons why I never was able to get on board with any form of Christianity, because of just all the nitpickiness. Like, you can't just pick what suits your frame of mind. The book says a lot of things. Either you believe all of it, or you're like most Jews and you acknowledge it as a nice story that gives advice on how to go about doing things, but it's not literal at all. very few sects of Judaism take the Torah literally. And those that do, by a lot of Jews these days, are seen as very hardcore and weird. And they try to make laws, but usually don't get them passed at all, even in Israel. It is that every religion has their extremists. It's an unfortunate fact of religion. It's always so funny when people are like, "This is a Christian nation." Um, a good chunk of the founders were atheists. Catch you later, Maji. I did hear about that 10-year-old girl. And I also did some reading and found out she's not even the only one in that state that got abused like that. Other small girls also had to suffer. She's just the one that got national attention. It's horrible. Yep, I have family members who lived through the Shoah and lost much of our family to the Shoah. Alright, so, yeah, they're not too big. They just the right size. And they have physics. Let's see. So, fun fact about Judaism is that the Hebrew word for Judaism, which is Yerushalayim, Israel, Am Yisrael, there's several words. Um, it basically means he who fights God, or he who argues with God, depending on how you translate it. And so, one rabbi I worked with when I was young said that the best Jew who lives the true meaning of the word is an atheist. Because what's a better argument and fight to have with a god than to outright reject him or her? There is that. And I found that to be incredibly interesting. Wait, did it actually turn it up, or was it something that they were looking for? Because I didn't hear they actually found anything yet. I just heard that that was what they were looking for. But if he did actually have that, then they found it, and then that's kind of hilarious, to be honest. Man, people who are like the biggest supporters of fucked up laws usually are ones who wind up either getting hurt by them at some point. And they're like, oh, I wish I didn't go for that. But you did. Sure, Dith. You can link stuff. I just caution people, always be careful with what you click on that's randomly posted anywhere. I have been streaming for 4 hours. What the fuck is wrong with me? Who am I, and what have I done with Worky? I usually crap out at like an hour and a half to 2 hours. This is an anomaly. I'm surprisingly still awake, too. This is very weird. This is incredibly weird. I'm awake. I'm awake. I usually am asleep before 10 o'clock. It's 11, almost 11:30. I usually go to bed by like 9, and I'm asleep before 10. That is true. Thanks for pointing that out, Voco. It's why in my video comments I have it filtered so anybody who posts links, it gets blocked. There we go. Alright, I may bounce here in a few, because, sadly for those who just joined, I may bounce in a few, because, I have been on for 4 hours, which is very weird for me. My husband will be home in at least half an hour, and my ears are starting to hurt from being smushed under headphones for 4 hours. I have had Greek food. Greek food is very similar to Israeli food. But yes, there's actually Greek places in the city that's an hour away from the town I live in. And I've had Greek food. It's very delicious. I like moussaka. Moussaka is very nice. And gyros. Gyros are good too. It is possible to pop a hot air balloon or a blimp, because it's happened. You need a very sharp object that can break the fabric. I would not recommend it. Bruh slash sis, I'm not going to assume gender here. I can barely do one push-up. And as much as I enjoy food, There's other foods I'd be more inclined to do a push-up for than Greek. No offense to Greek food, but it's not my number one favorite. And I can't see people just say Brandon anymore, because now when I see Brandon, I think Joe Biden. That name is ruined for me. But man, give my laptop a round of applause. It was able to stream playing a video and not freeze or crash. I was pleasantly surprised. This laptop I'm using is slow as molasses. That's why I cannot game and stream at the same time. No, get a bunch of Orky stickers. Orky for president. I have considered running for office. Because I think my experience as a normal person who has seen some of the very worst things a person can see in life and deal with, that I'd have some perspective if I were in office when it comes to making and passing laws. And I can be like, y'all are cruel and stupid. I'm not doing that. I haven't seen $1 gas since like the 90s. We went to war in the Middle East again, and that ruined gas prices forever. The best part about not really regretting my past at all is people will be like, she was a sex worker, did porn and stuff, trying to like shame me. And I'll be like, yeah, and? Your sister probably has an OnlyFans. Have you asked her? Fuck man. It's 11:30-ish. My laptop is actually starting to get a little hot. I'm actually getting a little worried for it. It's not used to streaming this long. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to bounce. I also want to be, like, not streaming when my husband comes home. Because I like to be, like, at least somewhat mentally available for him. In case he has a problem. Plus, it's late. But thank y'all for joining me and hanging out in the last 4 or so hours. I appreciate it. If I don't do a random stream over the weekend, I may or may not do one, I'm not sure. Depends on my schedule and what I do. I will be back on Tuesday for an ASMR stream in the evening. So, y'all have that to look forward to. So thanks for joining me. If I don't see you over the weekend, I will see you Tuesday for ASMR time. And I'll have my ASMR mic hooked up, nice and tingly. It'll be a fun time. So again, thank you for joining me. Have a good night if it's also night for you. Have a good day if it's day for you. And be well, be safe. Love y'all. Stay awesome. Mwah. Ada ada. There we go. Ada Ada. Good night. Mwah.